please, Enchanted Princess. Just give them single up now in the ocean dock.
Southampton BDS, Red Osprey, sorting the body going via base scout.
Red Osprey, thank you, Enchanted Princess, singling up in the ocean dock for outward bound, and still leave wide bear production 38 9.
Thank you.
On day, Victor. On day, thank you.
Ahoy, shipmates! It's a balmy day down here in the frankly Caribbean port of Southampton. Got the... No, hang on, I was going to say which one it was, but I've forgotten. It's one of the princesses. I know it's a bit of a giveaway. Look at that, it's Enchanted Princess at 4 o'clock. The Island Princess at 5 o'clock, 5:30 the Bolette, and at 7 o'clock Queen Mary 2. So the Enchanted Princess, I've forgotten again. Yep, Enchanted Princess. So many princes. No, I often have 2 princesses in a day. It's like some sort of royal garden party.
Independent Primero, Victor.
Oh, hello. That rope's getting tight again. What's going on here then? Someone's forgot to slip it. Enchanted Princess just about to depart. She's just singling up.
Primero, Victor, you okay for a call from the pilot there?
Red Osprey.
Red Osprey, you calling?
Connected Red Jet 6, calling Red Osprey, Red Jet 6. Good afternoon.
Red Jet 6, Red Osprey, good afternoon.
Hi Alice, we've slowed down for the restriction. We'll just head over to Town Quay slowly, okay, we'll red to red.
To red, yeah, we'll head up to the green for the same reason.
Okay.
I was just sorting myself out. I was slightly detained, so I was in the heads, and I realised I'd gone live, so I was ahoyed all the way across the cabin here. I don't know if you could hear it, but I can certainly hear the sweet merry tunes of Sweet Caroline wafting across the air. It is actually quite windy out there today. It's time for the weather report. Some quick weather reports. Where's the weather gone? Oh, I've lost the weather. Weather. Where are you, weather? Let's see if I can get all this to work today. Nope, that's not the weather. Here's the weather. So we've got a fair bit of wind, which is unusual, but that's rather pleasing in my cabin here. That's wafting through, making it slightly more agreeable. So we've got 18... 16 knot winds, and temperatures you can't quite see. It's 28.3 at the moment, so that's pretty good. Very nice. I noticed over on Netlycam. Let's have a quick look on Netlycam. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. There was some people foil boarding over there earlier. Looked like they're having a whale of a time. I can imagine that. It's like being in the Caribbean, like almost nudging 30 degrees, warm, well, I say warm waters, it's a relative term, I suppose, mildly pleasant waters and a decent breeze. So anyway, I was like saying, I was hearing the Sweet Caroline wafting around. I'm just waiting for those lines to come in. Let's have a little look around the ship, sorry. So the noise I was hearing, rather, should I say, the sail away party was going on up here a bit. Let's have a look. There's plenty of few people out in their cabins. Hopefully they've applied the appropriate amount of sunscreen for being out in the crazy British weathers. It's another heat wave at the moment. And what's going on here? Anyone up here? No, no one up here. Here we go. This is where everyone is. So this is where I can hear the music because the winds bring it this way. I can't quite hear what they're singing at the moment though. I'm not very good with identifying musical tunes at the best of times, but when I can only hear small snippets of it, I am absolutely appalling. So, because we're here to see a cruise ship depart, and that cruise ship could well be the Enchanted Princess. And you would definitely feel like you're off on a Caribbean cruise to... Oh, it's Come On Eileen, that's what they're singing, I can hear it now. You'd definitely think you're off on a Caribbean cruise to the port of Hamburg, I believe. Let's check, let's see what's the details are. I missed the numbers earlier. The pilot did call in the numbers. Oh, yeah. Kevin 2's got the numbers. 3,569 passengers and 1,330 crew. Let's see how that departs, how that goes. She's off. Where is she off to? Off to Rotterdam via St. Peterborough. Oh, it's a 4-night Netherlands Channel Islands sampler cruise.
Enchanted Princess, letting go the last vote, now 46 knots.
Enchanted Princess, thank you.
There's a really good number of people up on deck on this one.
Yes, we're champion all fast, port side 2 on 22.
We're champion all fast, thank you.
Probably, I would imagine, because the weather is so decent. And also the early departure time means probably the buffet's not open yet, so... Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, and the swimming pool has become quite busy. Let's have a look if there's any shipmates in the swimming pool. I don't think we've had a wave from a swimming pool yet. That would be the ultimate, I think, for the channel. We'll get a wave from a swimmer. Although I'm not sure that's so much swimming as just sitting in a big pool. Hopefully with a
afternoon to you, thank you.
rum-based cocktail, I think would be the beverage of choice there. It's enough of that swimming pool action. Makes me feel quite jealous here in my what I thought was a cool cabin, but now that my computer's broadcasting, it's becoming quite a hot cabin. Computer, when it's broadcasting for YouTube, takes on the effect of a slightly weak hairdryer, which is not unpleasant in the winter, but rather annoying in the summer. I can hear something else now being played. I think it's some sort of Scottish song. Let's check on these lines. I think we are all clear. Yep, she's off in reverse. I'm waiting for the horns. That's the normal thing we get from the Princess lines, are the good old blast on the horns. Let's hear anything yet. I've got the cabin window open, so you'll hear it. Well, the wind is blowing this way. So actually, no, the wind's not blowing. Let me think about that. Which way is the wind blowing? Oh well, I could hear something. So facing around the other way, so may not come across. I'll have to wait and see for that. Oh, where are the shipmates? Oh, plenty of shipmates in the chat. So I've not been looking. Well, there, News Girl 100. Thank you for sharing the links. Ahoy there, Ellie Murley. Ahoy there, Gail Cooper. Well, Ellie Murley says that I was frightened her with my ahoy. Well, my apologies, shipmates. Like I say, I was in the other side of the cabin, so I had to give it a bit of a shout. I just thought I'd show you the sailing action that's going on. Look at that. Even a motor-based lover like myself might think about a bit of sailing action in this sort of weather. She's off forward, still waiting for that theme tune.
Echo Dream, VTS.
See the prow.
Yeah, but see, thank you. If you call me when you're passing, then you're passing that just northwest of you, the city of Chichester, and further northwest of you, the ferry Normandy, outward bound.
You can see the flag of the Princess Cruise Line on the balcony, on the bow of the ship there. I can see not too many people on their balconies, but yeah, I probably understand that.
2.45.
I think I'm going to turn the radio off a bit because we don't need the radio for a while, do we?
North Channel, thank you. Independent Primero, SO1 outward bound, and Enchanted Princess just getting underway, Ocean Dock.
Yeah, we don't need the radio really until around about 5 o'clock, so we can go back to...
Yes, we're Kestrel, shortly away from Royalty, around to 48 berths, please tie up.
There we go. We'll come back to the radio later when we need it. Alright. Like I say, not too many people on their balconies, but I did see a lot of people on the sail away party. I'd probably think they're in Ibiza. Have a look, shall we? There they are. Very enthusiastically dancing away. In fact, I'm not sure I'd be dancing so enthusiastically in all this heat. Well, real challenge. I've neglected the chat for a while. Where did I get to? Ellie Burley's there. And Gail Cooper, aboard ships. News Girl's been sharing the links around. Lovely job. Thank you, News Girl. Ellie Burley says, looking forward to Monday when the heat wave's over. Oh, really? I keep forecasting rain, but I'm not convinced. Who knows? Ahoy there, John Whittaker. And ahoy there, Elizabeth G. Did have some numbers earlier for departure of Enchanted Princess. And let's have a look, see how that compares. So she has gone, because I think most of the COVID restrictions have been lifted now. Oh yes, look, there's people up on this. This is really good. Some excellent waving activity. I'm hoping that's someone on the channel waving, or it could be someone waving to friends and family over on a Town Quay. Oh, I've just gone behind the light fitting. That's rather annoying, isn't it? Otherwise I would have zoomed in on that. There is a big screen up there, but we can't see what's on there. But what we do know is that's not on there is the Solent Ships TV. That's never on there. See, one of the ambitions of the channel. Ambitions of the channel are twofold. One is to take over the world, and two is to have the live stream on one of these big screens. Well, hang on, no, it's three, because I also want to land my drone on the helicopter landing pad on a ship. So that's a threefold ambition strategy for the channel. Oh yes, definitely some waving going on. Yeah, that, although dancing to the music, actually, I could have got that wrong. Captain's perception of people enjoying themselves is somewhat skewed through the long lens of this camera. It's just slipping out of 46 berth. There we go. Out into the blue waters of the Southampton water. Enchanted Princess, one of the sort of newer ones in port, February of 2019. She's laid down and launched in August, so makes her 3 years old, almost exactly. Launch on the 6th of August, so you're just a fraction over 3 years old. She has capacity for 3,660 passengers. So, in fact, she is more or less fully booked, about 100 passengers short as a total capacity, and 1,346 crew, and she's got 1,330 crew on board. So she's almost totally crewed out as well. Days of COVID restrictions are long gone, it would seem. Well, lots of shipmates were telling me that with the COVID restrictions, they had to have people had to do testing before they came on, and then also the certain number of cabins were kept for quarantine. I think they didn't have total capacity, so much greatly reduced numbers. That's what I'm trying to get to. Captain's tripping over his words today. But I think now we seem to have more or less returned to normal numbers, especially on some of the larger ships. I've been very impressed. If people are getting out of the pool, you get seasick if you're in a pool, or does the pool compensate for the rowing and wobbling of the ship? Interesting concept. And if you're in a pool with a drink on a ship in stormy weather, would you spill your drink? Now, these are the important questions that need to be answered. We have, just slipping out of the dock is the Enchanted Princess, and you'll see another ship when I'm full as she goes past at the end of the dock. That is Island Princess. She's just here as well, so they're going to go past each other. So maybe there could well be a riotous blast of horns. Maybe they're saving it. Maybe they're saving it till they pass. They do like to have a good old honk at each other's ships, so maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're saving it. Should get a lovely view here as she spins and turns around to the dockhead. Zoom out a bit. I'm sure I want to see. Oh, no, wrong way. There's definitely a good number of shipmates on this ship. Enchanted Princess. Lovely view this. You get to see right down the ship, seeing all those balconies. Let's see how many people. Not many people on this side, is there? Probably a dozen or so. Not a great deal. I'll be interested to see how many are on the other side. Perhaps they're, because of this incredible heat wave we're having, maybe in the shade on the other side. Oh, well, let's get the chat back up, shall we? Chat, where are you? Chat, here you are, chat. With their Scat Pack Rob asks for permission to come aboard. Well, welcome aboard, shipmate. Yep. On time as usual. Like some of the other shipmates we could mention. You can see how the wing bridge at the far end there sticks out at the front of the ship, the bow. That gives the officers on deck a really good view. I'd say there's more people out on their balconies on the port side. They probably because it's a bit cooler, incredibly. Oh, Carol says she's on board Enchanted by the screen waving. So I think that was a shipmate waving. Oh, excellent. Did get you there, Carol. Oh, thank you for that. So I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, I didn't notice. Like we have is the tug towing? Didn't hear there was going to be a tug, although like I said earlier, there's some strong breezes going on at the moment, so there could well be a bit of tug action going on. The flags, if we have a look at the top of Enchanted Princess, we will see that the flags are certainly very stiff and erect today. There we go. There are the flags, all various shapes and sizes. An unusually southeast breeze. Not something that we normally get in port. It's normally a southwest. But all in all, it's making for a very pleasant time to be up on deck. You've got a lovely fresh breeze. Well, I say fresh. You've got a lovely, slightly mildly warm breeze. You've got a lot of people waving up here. They're probably all waving to shipmates on the Enchanted Princess. No, hang on, the Enchanted Island Princess. Oh, this is going to be a real tongue twister, all these Enchanted and islands and princesses. There we go. So you can just see they're almost parallel now. I'm expecting there'll be a whole cacophony of hornage in a bit. It should be anyway, at least. What would be the point of having a fancy horn otherwise? This is where the sail away party is going on here. So our shipmate was up by the screen waving earlier. So you can see there's the name there. There we go. Ooh. Well, there was a whole lot of horn action there, but I have a feeling it's all a bit too quiet to come across. And I put that down to the southeasterly wind. I don't think anyone heard any of that. It's a shame, because it was quite a blast. So there's the other Princess Cruises ship. She's due away shortly. There could be some tug assistance on her as well. If we look on Netley cam. Oh, nope, sorry. Nope, there we go. See, there's the other tug. Could be waiting for Island Princess. Well, there's definitely a lot of ship-to-ship waving going on. Quite a lovely bit of area of the boat on the stern there. I've got the loungers just sitting there watching. It's got the heat haze. It's not something I normally have to deal with here in the port of Southampton. It's heat haze. It's outrageous. Anyone would think we're in the middle of a heat wave or something. Slightly obscured for a little bit while the Enchanted Princess is behind a few of the ships, but we'll catch her over on Netley cam. Appear to have a number of ro-ros blocking our view. I think what we think we're some sort of commercial port here in the port of Southampton. We'll have to make do what we can do. see, can't really see past all these rows. Red jets there, some pleasure craft hanging about. Let's see, let's go back to the chat. Let's catch up the chat. So I've been missing the chat here. Well, Steph P suggests I get a fan. There's a lot of chat going on here. With their Gerald Stubbins. Oh, with their Mark G. With their Tonka Bean. With their Ellie Murray says that she doesn't know the heat makes her very ill. That's a real shame. Shipping. Well, don't want to be doing that. I heard some people recently talking about where they could go in the Port of Southampton to get away from the heat. One suggestion was IKEA's cafe. That's air conditioned, and you can buy a cup of coffee or tea reasonably cheaply, and maybe one of those open Swedish sandwich things, and you can sit in their cafe, enjoy the free Wi-Fi and the air conditioning. Not a bad idea, I thought. What else going? With their Andrew Monument, he doesn't like the heat either. Steph P says, have a wonderful time on Enchanted P, where she's good. Well, she's off on a 4-day, it's probably a good point for me to remind you. So she's off on a 4-day taster cruise to the Channel Islands and Amsterdam, I believe. And the Channel Islands, frankly, I've been trying to get over the Channel Islands, but a good friend of mine with one of the boats, he's too busy working, which is a real shame, because we're planning a little trip to the Channels, because they look stunning from the air, ideal for a bit of droning and buzzing around. Could be, frankly, could be somewhere in the Greek Isles. They've got sandy white beaches, rocks, absolutely gorgeous. Guernsey, Jersey, Alderney, Sark, a number of islands there. So, actually, a cruise this time of year to the Channel Islands, and you might think, wow, this is the place I want to live. Steph B says, another shipmate waving from the upper deck. I think I got them. I wasn't sure. To be honest, I've been slightly distracted. I'm having as per usual, slight technical problems here, and I can't really see what I'm doing. It causes slight difficulties. People talk about air coolers and air conditioning. Yeah, I could do with some of that, for sure. Well, there, Martin Ryder says, has the Queen Mary 2 left? Oh, no, not yet, shipmate. Let's give you an update, shall we? We're watching the Enchanted Princess, and she's left on time. We've got the Island Princess in about half an hour's time. The Bolette, and we'll see the Island Princess, and then the Bolette, she's full at the port. She departs at 5:30, and then all the way at 7, we have the Queen Mary 2. So no, Queen Mary 2 hasn't left yet. In the captain's long way. To answer your question. Well, then, Daniel Sand, many thanks for becoming a membership, mate. Your contribution is greatly appreciated. As you can see, it's a lovely down there on Southampton water. I can see speedboats whizzing around. That's certainly what I need to be doing, whizzing around on a boat like a day like today. I also see plenty of yachts out there because there's a lovely breeze. And the water's been, especially this morning, it was really flat. I see it's still pretty decent sea state, although it did pick up a little bit. very difficult, unfortunately, from this view to see a great deal what's going on the Sky Princess, because it's just the way the sun reflects off the water really makes the camera struggle. It puts a lot of the ship in shade. Still see a lot of people up there still dancing away. I hope they've got an adequate amount of sun protection on, otherwise they should be getting very burnt indeed. Switch back to cruise cam, get a slightly better view there, but look at that heat haze now, that is unusual. Not sure I've seen heat haze like this before. I think the idea of whizzing around on a jet ski seems quite appealing to me at the moment. There's quite a few boats whizzing around out there on the water. It's always slightly cooler out the water compared to inland. You don't have all the concrete masses building up the heat, so there's a bit of a wind as well. It's quite a breeze today. Look at that red jet blasting past. Some little sort of Juno or Mary Fisher whizzing down there. A couple of outboards. Yeah, perfect day to be out on the water. We'll follow Enchanted Princess as she goes down Southampton water. I'd imagine by the time that she's finished, the Island Princess will be ready to go. So we've got Island Princess is here, like I say, almost halfway down Southampton water. Go past the Esso terminal. We can see her around as she goes around Cowshot Spit here. It's Cowshot around Bramble Bank, which is this thing here, which you want to avoid. Well, I should be able to follow for quite some time. Probably catch her on Cow's Cow as well. And then we'll have the Island Princess departing as well. Quite a busy day. Tomorrow, even 5 ships tomorrow. An excellent day tomorrow. And look at that. I've given you a blank screen. No ships there. Let's see if we can do better, shall we? This is our camera at the Netley Cliff Sailing Club. I'll zoom out a bit. And you can see this is their swing moorings are. They have a couple of yachts out there at the moment. I imagine the club's going to be busy this weekend with club members going out on the water. Most of their boats are ready and in the water. They launch them daily, so I think if they're using for the weekend, they leave them out on the swing moorings. Otherwise, they bring them, haul them back up onto the hard standing. Yes, look, you can see there's a little tender just bobbing out there. So whoever's been on that boat, they've left the tender there, off there buzzing for the afternoon or possibly the weekend, and then they'll be back later. I previously said if you can coordinate your travel, trying to come back in or go out even on one of the red funnels when the cruise ships are coming by, you'll get a fantastic view. If you're going out, it's a little harder to coordinate because they go at about the same speed as the ships, but coming in, you'll probably go past at least one. Today would be a sort of good day to try and organise that. And where's the chat gone? I've lost the chat again. Boy there, Gail Cooper. Thank you, May. Thanks for your donation. Missed that one. Daniel Sand's been a member for 7 months. That's what that notification was for. Wow, excellent. Thank you for that, Daniel Sand. Hells Bells, there's not many hitting the like button. That's a good point. There is a like button there. I'm sure if you press it, it will do some wonders for the AI algorithm hopefully decides that Solent Ships YouTube channel is more important than Strictly Come Dancing, perhaps. Perhaps not. You can see the Red Funnel Ferry here. Visibility is, I was going to say it's quite good, but I mean, it is you've got a long visibility, but it's not very clear. It's a bit, really, due to the heat haze, which is unusual. Not often we get this sort of level of heat haze. Yes, it does look quite hazy over the Solent there. I'm just going to pop the radio back on so that if we hear anything from Island Princess, we'll be in the know, won't we? What's going on in the chat again? Let's go back. Any questions for the chat? I'll try and get round to them. Boy there, Tammy Nerdinger says, is Southampton 5 hours ahead of New York? Yeah, it's 5 or 6, I think, depending on the time of year. So, yeah. Boy there, Martin Ryder says, best weather for a cruise. Oh, yeah, right there, shipmate. Absolutely brilliant weather. Absolutely marvellous. I couldn't ask for any better. Potentially a little bit breezy, but it's a nice warm breeze, so I think that's acceptable. Daniel says, been a member for 7 months. I didn't see that. Daniel, I just heard the message, and yes, I can see that. But how about that? That's brilliant, isn't it? Member for 7 months. That's the sort of support we enjoy on this channel. Sally G says, who has ice in their drink? Captain. Well, that's the captain. In the absence of air conditioning, a glass full of ice. In fact, I just popped to the local convenience store to discover they had ice in. And I said to the chap, well, I've not seen ice here for a while. And he said, yes, they sent up.
Eagle, thank you. It's Independent Primary, just ahead of you outward bound. The Enchanted Princess at the Cadland outward bound will be cleared channel. And the Island Princess due away from 38.9, 1700.
Yeah, and he said they just had a big delivery, so rather convenient. So I'm trying to keep myself cool. Now I've got this computer blowing hot air at me. Mainly blowing at my feet. Rather pleasant in the winter, not so pleasant in the summer. Hi there, Top Conker. Said just got off Enchanted this morning. Hope you had a good cruise, shipmate. Where did you go? What did you think? Let us know. Tammy Nerdlinger says he's waiting for friends to sail on the QM2. I think he's in New York, so he's asking. So that'll be a couple of hours' time, shipmates. So
Echo Dream, thank you. Please call me before you drop your anchor so I can check your position before you drop your anchor. Thank you.
Top Conker says she was over capacity with 450 children on board. Interesting. Oof, not sure I'd want to be with 450 children on board. Sounds a challenge, I have to say. What's out there? This looks lots of something small. Is that small jet skis or small like fishing boats? If you're out fishing, you definitely need that sun cream today. Can't really see. Focus camera. Focus. That looks like some ribs. Probably, I would say, coming back from the hut over on the Isle of Wight. Probably had a lovely day. Ahoy there, shipmate Desiree Hall. Many thanks. Many thanks for your kind donation. That's marvellous. Just what we want. Absolutely perfect. Many thanks. As you can see, there's quite a few sailing boats. Like I say, perfect weather for sailing boats. Down on the Solent today. Or there, Kate and Dave say there's a big fire at Studland, Dorset. Could be causing some of that heat haze smoke. Could be, but that's the wind's going the wrong direction. It's blowing. It'll be blowing that smoke towards sort of Bristol Bath rather than towards us. So, but interesting on that one, shall we? Hoy there, Claire. EJB Travels. She's been watching since the start, but not so low. Paul and Carol, vloggers, are on Enchanted Princess. Oh, well, thank you for that, shipmate. Always good to know other shipmates enjoying a cruise. I can see something else coming up Southampton water. I'm being inclined to say that it was Shield Hall. Let's have a look, shall we? Something here. What's this? No, it's Janie W.
Red Falcon passing northwest Netley inbound.
Look at it.
Red Falcon, thank you. The reduction wide berth at 40 berth now, please.
Reduction wide berth at 40. Copy.
Oh, I think we've got some. That's a lovely white sail on that sailboat. I thought for a moment it was a water salute. Fairly good view down at on Netley Cavshot Castle at the end there. Even though it's, I was going to say, even though it's quite windy, Netley Cam has not been wobbling around. But that's because the wind's not come.
Janie W, thank you. If you listen out for the Island Princess, due away from 38.9 at 1700. She's port side alongside, so head out.
Well, that's good. That sounds like...
BTS Seals, I'm all finished on 40 berth, heading back to Marchwood Wharf. That's our reduction all finished with.
Singles, thank you. And Red Falcon, BTS, you copy? Red Falcon, BTS.
BTS Red Falcon, go ahead.
Falcon, BTS, Seahorse is now finished, so you can carry on as normal.
Oh, copy, sir, thank you.
A good view of Cowshot Castle. Actually, it's not so bad. You can see the Isle of Wight, and there's that container ship just in the distance there as well. She departed just before Enchanted Princess. So it sounds like Island Princess is also going to leave on time. Not sure we're going to hear her hoots and honks, because like I said, the wind's blowing in the wrong direction, and she's even facing the wrong direction as well. It's a bit of a shame. Shipmates. I do like the Princess Cruises' horns. If you're not familiar with the Princess Cruise horns, they play the theme for the Love Boat, so quite loud and memorable, and normally cause local residents of Southampton to complain on Saturday that they've just been sitting there in their homes or gardens quietly reading a book, and they're assaulted by all of the hoots and honks from one of the Princess Cruises. And you can just see Janie W just coming up on cruise cab. There we go. There's Janie W. Looks a little bit like Shield Hall this distance. And that's the parish church of Netley in the very distance there and sticking up. There you go, and we can see that container ship now. So we've got 4 movements today and 5 movements tomorrow. Well, the Enchanted Princess is just going down Southampton water. Island Princess is on time apparently and due to depart at 5, so that's in about approximately 15 minutes. She's on camera as well. The Baleta is at the other end of port. We can't actually see her at the moment. And then Queen Mary 2 is also at the other end of port. And that's not until 7. So I might have to... I'll continue the broadcast, but I might have to go off and go to visit the galley before the Queen Mary 2 piece appears on screen.
Hi, saying thank you.
Yes, I can't beat an icy drink in this warm weather. Top Conqueror I think he just got off Enchanted Princess this morning. Said they were due into Guernsey, but it was too rough to tender, so we spent 1.5 days bimbling around the Bay of Biscay. Oh, okay. Docked in La Rochelle, then onto Bilbao, and finally La Coruna, where the temperature was 17 C and extremely windy. Gosh, that's not...
BDS Jet 7 shortly departing Town Quay.
That's not what you want to hear this time of year.
Jet 7, thank you. The Y-Bird production has now finished, so continue as normal. The Enchanted Princess is passing SO outbound clear channel, and Jamie W north of the hook inward bound.
That's all copy, thank you.
So it's passing, so Enchanted Princess is passing SO terminal, which is sort of 3/4 way down south.
Challenger 3, VTS.
Southampton water, and it looks here like there's lots of space, but past the SO terminal is in fact the widest point if ships want to pass.
Challenger 3, or say thank you.
As you can see, she is just there. Janie W is coming up. She's the small ship. It's hidden behind a sailing ship at the moment. There we go. That's Janie W there on the left. Not sure I've live streamed the Island Princess before. I could have done. Need to try and check my records somehow. Like I say, Island Princess, 3,569 passengers and 1,330 crew. So,
That's the BTS, Island Princess.
oh, the Island Princess now.
Island Princess, VTS, afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Should be good to go. 1700 from 38.9. Outbound main channel to the east for Falmouth. Draft of 8.34. Passenger and crew numbers to follow.
Island Princess, all copy, thank you. Jenny and we're bound to ferry to Janie W, SO5, and she's back to the Empress.
All copy, thank you.
Well, that sounds good, shipmates. That sounds like the Island Princess will depart at 5 o'clock on time. Perfect. She's just at the end of the dockhead. I'll see her in a... well, we can see most of her. Then she'll disappear behind some railroads for a bit. Rather unfortunate. But she'll be on net. She's on Netlicam. A good view of her on Netlicam, so we'll see her all the time. Like I say, we probably won't hear the horn. Hi there, Steve Mack. Welcome aboard, shipmates. I see you're only slightly late today, so good job there. And ahoy there, running wood chucks. Difficult to see some of these reader names.
BTS, Island Princess.
Island Princess, VTS.
Yep, passenger figure 1789. Crew 866. Total 2655.
And that's all copied, thank you.
We did hear the numbers then. I think the Island Princess is pretty much at capacity as well. I didn't quite hear, but she's slightly smaller than the Enchanted Princess. Enchanted Princess got space for 3,600 passengers, and Island Princess is only 2,200. Enchanted Princess is 330 metres long. That's the Island Princess, 294. Not a great deal of difference in length. Quite a bit of difference in capacity, though. 145,000 gross tons for
Enchanted Princess, thank you.
Enchanted Princess, yeah. And only 91,000 for Island Princess. Enchanted Princess is a royal class.
LEA Southampton Retail, so you go channel 9, please, with the pilots. Channel 9.
And there is Janie W. just coming up Southampton water. There we go. I think she's trying to get into the Emperor's dock before the Island Princess leaves. Shouldn't be a problem, as long as she doesn't get tangled up in a random sailboat. So yeah, 1,789. Thanks to Kevin 2 for that one. 1,789 passengers on Island Princess, where she's got a total capacity of actually 2,200, so a bit of space on Island Princess, probably quite pleasant. And a crew of 866, and she's got a crew of capacity of 900, so almost fully crewed. Well, there's Steve Mack asking about a good break. Yes, he had a lovely break. In fact, I've just come back from a bit of boating activity in the south of France, and the weather appears to be slightly warmer here in the UK than the south of France. Rather bizarre. Eight minutes to 5 o'clock, and the next departure is on time, apparently. And the next departure is the Island Princess. Let's see if we can see the Island Princess on one of the cameras. She departs from the end of Dockhead. So she'll be out very quick, sharpish. There we go. Here on the dockhead. There we go. It's the Island Princess.
Quebec Express, Southampton busiest.
She'll be quite quick to go from there. Can't see a great deal of Island Princess. She's behind Cemex Go Innovation, our favourite hopper dredger. You can just see the stern here. I imagine she'll probably drift out sideways a fair bit and then shoot off down. But we get a good view when I spin cruise Netley cam round. That gives us some view here. We'll look around, shall we? See what's going on. See who's on board. I don't know if we have any waivers. We had a couple of waivers on Enchanted Princess earlier. This looks to me like a very luxurious area of the ship at the stern here. Lots of lounges. Lots of cover with those shades. Very good. Just what you need. Like I say, we can't really see a great deal of the ship from here. It starts to get hidden behind the commercial ships at this end of the port. It's rather unfortunate. There we go. Building up a head of steam, though, I can see that. A bit of smoke coming out, so that's a good sign that it should be on the way. Can we see any lines? Sure if we can see lines from this angle. Sometimes we can. I think Semix Go Innovation might be rather obscuring our view. Even though we do like Semix Go Innovation rather a lot. You can't see anything, can you? Yeah. No. Very helpful. You over on Netlycam, though. Look at that reasonably sized yacht there. Certainly, definitely producing a good head of steam there for the sailboat.
Red Jet 6, BTS, set change of aerials. As I received, thank you, the Enchanted Princess at Randon Castle Point. Outward bound, clear channel.
Boy, there, Eternal Travels. And Steve Mack says, it's Friday though, clocks on toddler time. Toddler time? What's toddler time then? I've heard that before. Sure there's a sensible explanation for that. I'm not sure. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. I wouldn't like the explanation. 3 minutes 2 now, so with any luck, this will probably work out quite well. So we'll get to follow Enchanted Princess around Cowshot Spit, and then we can whiz over to have a look at the Island Princess. Haven't heard anything yet, horn-wise or on the radio. Boy there, Mighty Horsey. Says great feed as always. Well, thanks, shipmates. Probably a good time to mention that if you are enjoying this channel, please do think about subscribing and hitting the thumbs up like button, because apparently they does things. I do have the VTS radio on, so ooh, look at the size of that. That's a rather decently sized flybridge powerboat. Can't quite recognise what that might be at this distance. Something I would buy if I won the lottery, I guess, would probably be the answer to that. She's rounding Bramble Bank, so probably about perfect timing for Island Princess to get a move on. Can't see the lines going. Hopefully they'll radio in and say she's singled up, or we might even hear the horn to find out she's on her way. Might be a good time for the captain to pop down and refresh his drink in the galley. Mighty Horsey says he'll go hard to me as long as it's a fair line. Well, I was actually thinking, to be honest, if I win the lottery, it might be a feed ship. But maybe that's beyond the budget. But a Fairline sounds jolly good. A couple of, as a local, in fact, Fairline have now moved to the Port of Southampton to build boats. You can actually say it's a local boat builder, so perhaps Mighty Horsey wants to support a local boat builder. I can get on board with that. The rib there coming up Southampton water. Most of the time I find it's a bit chilly to be on a rib, and there's no bar. Frequently no toilet either, no heads, nowhere for your gin and tonics.
I see, thank you.
Looks like he slowed down a bit. Hit a bit of choppy water there, bizarrely. Mighty Horsey says thirds on the feed ship. Now we're talking ship, mate. Now, feed ships typically make a super yachts. I was looking at one the other day that was, I think it was less than $10 million. Absolute bargain. This is the Esso refinery. Here produces, I think it's the largest in Europe, or it could be the largest in the world for some things. It's certainly the most profitable terminal owned by ExxonMobil. And there we go. That's something the Port of Southampton and England and the UK produces. Fuel. You know, it produces lots of aviation fuel for Heathrow and Gatwick airports. Also produces petrol for your car. I'm not sure if it produces diesel. I think it might produce diesel. Certainly produces heavy fuel oil for ships. Well, I think we're just about to lose Enchanted Princess with her 3,569 passengers on board and 1330 crew as they make their way around Southampton water. And I think, yes, it looks like almost perfect timing here. This is marvellous. Although it hasn't allowed me to venture down to the galley yet, so that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? So she's more or less gone, and look at this Enchanted Princess. Oh, Island Princess is on her way. There's too many princes for the captain to cope with. He's only got a simple brain. He's rum-addled most of the time. There we go. So here is Island Princess on the dockhead. Haven't heard any haulage yet. Drifting out nicely there from behind Semexco Innovation. Ahoy there, Kelly's, Cruises, Crafts and Quilts. Welcome aboard, shipmates. Interesting combination of cruises and quilts. Perhaps you quilt cruise ships. Certainly won't be needing a quilt today, as it is absolutely gorgeous here in the Port of Southampton. We are currently looking at a temperature of 28.3 degrees centigrade, and the wind has died down a bit, still from the southeast. And it's somewhere in the region of 14 to 15 knots. Tide height is 1.3 metres. Actually, it's quite a low tide today. Island Princess nipping out nicely here. I have to say, looking a tad bit rusty there on the stern. So, don't normally like to pry too much at the ship's stern. It's Feels a bit impolite sometimes, but look at that. Think of liquor paint is required there. Cemex Go Innovation, a commercial ship, Hopper Dredger, by comparison, is beautiful looking. We have a bit of soft spot on the channel for Cemex Go Innovation and also her sister ship, the Hanson. A number of shipmates out on their balconies. 1,800 roughly shipmates on board today and 900 crew. And they're off. Actually, I don't know where they're off to. I didn't hear on the radio. Let's see if someone, one of the helpful spanners, we have many helpful spanners on the channel here. She's off. Here we go. Kevin 2's got some information for me here. She's off on a 16-night departure for Iceland, Greenland. She's, like I say, it seems to be the very popular destination these days. The cruise lines seem to be making trips to the fields. There we go. Island Princess, in case we're wondering. And she's calling in at Falmouth, Cobb, Akruli. I think he's making these up, these names. Isafjordi, Reykjavik, Narendakik, and Quatatok. Honestly, if you look at the names of these places, you just bang randomly at the keyboard, especially in the...
Southampton VTS, Bolette.
Oh, it's Bolette calling in.
Independent Primero VTS that received, thank you. No immediate reported inbound traffic. 2 dredges working southeast of the tower, Mayflower and City of Chichester. Bolette, VTS, good evening.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. That's 30 minutes, North Star, 17:30 departure.
Bolette confirmed, 17:30 departure.
Thank you.
There we go, a 17:30 departure confirmed for Bolette. That's rather good. So that'll keep the traffic coming. And then unfortunately we'll have a bit of a wait, because once Baleta leaves at 17:30, we have all the way till 7 for Queen Mary 2. It seems obviously the wind's died down. Obviously I've just checked the weather forecast, so I know the wind's died down. Still looks fairly windy, but tug's assistance wasn't needed. But if you can see, the wind is actually coming from the port side of the ship, so in fact the wind is assisting the ship by just blowing it gently off. So probably less need for wind if the wind is blowing it on. And you see the engines are starting up there now. Look at that. It's the propulsion wake starting at the stern. Propulsion is supplied by 2 shafts. She doesn't have azipods, probably because she's an older ship and smaller. First maiden voyage in 2003, so 19 years old. Home port is Vancouver, British Columbia. Very nice if you can get yourself up to the Pacific Northwest, and also Fort Lauderdale, Florida. If you do get to Florida, don't go to that bit in the middle. It's just a bit swampy. Unlikely to be able to see any waivers at this distance. See, it really is at the far end of the port. Netley Cam, it's a little bit also far away to see.
Okay, Dream BTS, evening. Echo Dream BTS, that's all received. It's safe for your vessel to do so. You may proceed to anchor.
The seagulls are enjoying all of the churned up fish that are in the water. The ship's propellers tend to chop up the fish and the jellyfish. Leaves to a bit of bow chowder. I like to affectionately call it on the channel. Power is supplied by a diesel electrics and gas turbines. Just top speed of 21 knots. 38 kilometres an hour for all you continental types. Or Canadians, I guess. Originally built at a cost of $330 million. And I think you heard them talking about Hythe Scene on the radio. So that's the ship just to the behind the lamp post. That's the little ferry that goes between Hythe and Town Quay here in Southampton. Probably going to lose our view here of Island Princess due to the number of commercial ships that are here in the port of Southampton. Semix Go Innovation down there. Lovely ship. Ahoy there, BK 444. Many thanks for becoming a membership, mate.
Roger, 6, yes, please.
Get yourself down to the galley and grab yourself a cooling mug of grog, because my word is it warm this evening. Earlier on, there was a nice breeze coming through my cabin, but currently that breeze seems to have gone AWOL. According to the instrumentation, there's a breeze out there, but I think it's not. It's the wrong direction to be hitting my cabin. Island Princess here, just reaching past the dockhead now, so she'll start accelerating past that 6-knot speed limit. Go up and hit something in the region of probably 12-13 knots down Southampton water. And the Red Jet zooming in. Red Jet doesn't have to follow the speed limits. It's just one of those things. Sometimes we have a lot of ro-ro commercial ships.
Island Princess, BTS, Western Shell, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes we have a lot of commercial ships in port, and other times hardly any. But it's an awful lot of cars being exported and imported. Not just cars on the ro-ros, all sorts of wheeled industrial equipment, JCBs, diggers, construction equipment, agricultural equipment, all sorts of things. Lorries, trucks, call it what you will. They're all exported and imported, of course.
Southampton VTS, Queen Mary 2.
Oh, Queen Mary 2.
Queen Mary 2, BTS, good evening.
Good evening, man. Just to confirm our departure time of 1900.
Queen Mary 2 confirmed 1900 departure.
Yes, and that's also confirmed pilot 2, please.
Seems that all the ships have departed on time today. There must be 4 happy assuming the Queen Mary 2 departs on time, and Bolette departs on time, which seems they will do. That'd be 4 happy captains, all departing as expected. There's Janie W there. She's a bunkering vessel. Normally, we play Iona Bingo on a Saturday, and where we all decide on a time that Iona might depart on, because for a while she was departing much later than forecast. In the region of multiple hours. I think it was due to COVID testing and just the number of volume of people getting on board. But recently she even started leaving early, so that brings a whole new element to Iona Bingo when they leave early. So mucks up the captain's spreadsheet when he tries to record people's times. This is the beach down in Netley Cliff Sailing Club. Looks very quiet today. I'm just going to nip down to the galley for a second. No, don't run away. There we go. That's better. The captain's cabin is rather warm at the moment. Puts that down to basically one thing, and that's the computer. Now I'm running a live stream. It gets very warm, so it's like a rather weak hairdryer, but a rather weak hairdryer on for hours on the time. It's not very helpful. Just at the other end, I wonder if I could see. Might be able to see the other ship on Cow's Cam. Can't remember what it's called now. The Enchanted Princess. See if we can get her on Cow's Cam. Not there yet, I don't think. She's just made her way around Brambleback, essentially passing the Isle of Wight. Can't remember which point you can see the ships from. It's all very complicated over here at the Captain's HQ. I'll have a quick look on Cows. Have a quick look on Cow's Cam. I think we may have missed her.
Under VTS, Bolette.
Oh, bless her.
Yes.
VTS, Bolette, short again station, starboard side 2102 berth. 8.1 metres, bound for Olden, Norway. I've got the figures if you're ready.
Go ahead.
Passengers 948, crew 628 plus 1.
Bolette 948 and 628. That's all received. Thank you. I think I'll be.
So Bolette's all ready to go. That's excellent. It's been a rather prompt day here. Tomorrow, shipmates, we have 5 ships departing here in the Port of Southampton. I should be covering that. If you don't want to miss out on when I do a live stream, I would suggest you subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, then every time I do a live stream, you'll be notified. Can't always guarantee what's going on, I'm afraid, so I'm often busy at the weekends with boating activities myself, so I quite end up doing things spontaneously. Very much a silhouette here as the Island Princess comes down Southampton water.
Britain, thank you. No reported traffic by the Western.
And Baleta is up at the other end of the port, so we won't see her for a while. We'll just have to amuse ourselves with the other ships that are passing around. That's the two princess ships at the moment. See, there's a fair number of ships here at little boats, sailing boats at Netley Cliff Sailing Club. It looks like someone's trying to put up some sails there. What could be Matt, the Commodore there. Certainly a lovely evening for spotter sailing. Probably a lovely weekend, in fact. I don't think there's going to be so much wind over the next couple of days, Saturday and Sunday. So, really lovely conditions. A couple of weeks ago, there was a powerboat that got caught up in the mooring lines here. Just contact Matt and ask him what happened at the time. He didn't know. He was waiting for the report from the lifeboat, because the lifeboat had to attend, and when they attend, they normally write a report afterwards. So we should be able to find out eventually what was going on. We can see that the island, the Enchanted Princess, all the way down there. So she's past Bramble Bank now, so she'll be picking up some speed. Heading off to territories new.
VTS, the Red Falcon, good afternoon. Show's ready to start. Roll paper counts, please.
Red Falcon VTS, yes, please.
Thank you.
Like I said, this is quite an unusual phenomenon for this channel in Port Southampton, is to get heat haze. My word, that is a lot of heat haze today.
Alley Cat of Cows, VTS, that's all received. Thank you. Echo Dream, VTS. Sure, copy, thank you. Please maintain a good listening watch on channel 12 and 09, all times at anchor.
It's a bit of land there, so the tide is fairly low. I think I saw it was 1 metre. Getting quite low. I think the lowest tides are around about 0.3. When we have a superbly low tide, there will be a cricket match on Brambles Bank.
6 about to leave Town Quay.
Red Jet 6 VTS, thank you.
See that marvellous spot to do a bit of cruise ship spotting is from one of the Red Jets. Or, sorry, the best Red Jets are good, but the Red Falcons are... The Red Funnel Ferry is probably better for that sort of activity. quick look back at the chat. So we've got Bolette just about, I would think, to depart.
Roger, Bobby says that's all received. Thank you.
CTS Bolette, we're ready to break away from 102 berth. We're backing down, swinging to starboard off 101.
Bolette, BTS, that's all copy. Turning to starboard off of 101. Open to ferry traffic in the south.
Thank you.
Yes, if you heard that, the Baleta is up here at 102 berth. She's going to swing off here in the middle swing ground, then head off out. So she'll be here fairly quickly. I'll go back to see what's going on in the chat here. I've not been on the chat for a while. Let's have a look. Oh, hi, the vendor bender. I think vendor bender's on board. Oh, there. Linda West says, how is Rusty doing? Well, he has to go out early in the morning when it's cooler. He's still a young little dog, and he doesn't really see why he shouldn't be running around like a mad thing. So he's, yeah, got a bit of a haircut as well. Try and keep him cool. Oh, Bradley Bowen says that vendor's not with him. No, he's sent into hospital to help someone else after all. That's very good of you, shipmate. That's well, very, very well spirited of you. No, I'm not sure I'm reading all this right. It's a little bit difficult. Comes and goes. Hi there, Kate and Dave says the meteor shower tonight. The Paraseeds meteor shower. Be fabulous time to be on a boat. That does make a very good point there, shipmate. Yes, it would be a marvellous time to be on a boat. And once you're out on the water, you have no natural light. Hopefully you've got a clear sky. It's clear skies everywhere at the moment. So yeah, you should get a fantastic view. I might have to see if I can do something about that myself. Not sure how I go about doing that though. Fortunately, I've tried doing nighttime photography here in the Port of Southampton. It's just a bit too much going on in the way of light pollution. Oh, there, Dirk Verfail. Oh. Oh, there, Chris Bevan says he's coming to Southampton next Monday. Any good spots? Any good spots to? Do you mean any good places to go ship washing? Oh, all right, Carmen's already chipped in with the good information. It's Town Quay, Mayflower Park. Ideal. Yeah, that's ideal locations. Yeah, I would say that. That's probably depends what's departing on Monday. I'd probably Mayflower Park's my favourite because the ships come, especially the cruise ships, come past really close, and they also are going very slowly. So you actually can hear the music coming off the ship. You can do a bit of waving, all that sort of thing. Photos. So yeah, Mayflower Park's very good. Town Quay's not bad as well if they're docked up at the ocean terminal, and something like Iona would spin round. But on Monday, I'm not sure what we're going to have on Monday actually. Monday. It's I'm not sure. Cruise ship departures on Monday. Just the one, and that's the Ada Prima from 46 berth. So your best spot for that would be Town Quay. You could go down to Cowshot Spit or Netley, but in reality, the best place really is to watch it on Solent Ships YouTube channel. Hoi there,
got the hive line there. Continue, please.
Hoi there, EM from Warsaw.
Yes, please.
Bertie Doe. What's Bertie Doe up to? Bertie Doe's on a cruise. I think someone said have a good cruise. Oiler Brian Little says, what time does Bolette leave? Bolette leaves at 5:30. She'll probably be on screen at 5:45. I think Bertie Doe's going to give some waving. I can't see.
Primero, VCS.
Well, if you're going to be on ship, mate, give us some waves. Yeah. Top deck's good, near the name, or on the stern.
Independent Primero, VCS, that's all received, thank you. No immediate traffic to effect. Tower, VCS. Tower, VCS, that's all copied, thank you.
Oh, there's Steph P's wanting to know which side is starboard. Well, the way I was taught to remember it a long time ago, or I've heard some people say, it's the port side. The port side is left, so it's port left, and also port is red, and that's the colour of port. Left side, port red. And therefore, starboard is on the right hand side and green. I've never heard a way to remember that. But I do remember hearing someone saying that one. I haven't heard anything from Baleta. Let's have a... We've got the Island Princess just passing the terminal down there. Looks like Baleta... Oh, Baleta is on the move. So she didn't radio in, but Baleta is on the move. She's here. She'll reverse down here, swing around, and probably be on camera shortly as she comes past. About here somewhere. Tomorrow, shipmates, is another busy day in port. We have 5 ships departing tomorrow. If I can get them in the correct order. Captain might be able to do that. Starts off at 4 o'clock with Celebrity Silhouette and the Sky Princess leaving simultaneously, racing each other down Southampton water. Not quite sure why they're so close together. We then, at 5 o'clock, have...
That's all received, thank you. Traffic information, the Island Princess passing us from that was down.
At 5 o'clock, we have the Emerald Princess. And at 6 o'clock, we have MSC Virtuosa and Iona again racing. Well, Iona's sort of further down the water, so she'll come out, reverse out. And she leaves on time, of course. That's the old Iona bingo. That's 5 ships for tomorrow. In case I messed that up, you didn't hear me. Celebrity Silhouette, Sky Princess, MSC Virtuosa, Emerald Princess, and Iona. So, a couple of princesses, silhouettes.
BTS, JW, that's alongside 23 berth now.
Janie W, all fast, thank you. Good evening.
A Virtuosa and a Scottish Island.
Red for VTS, copy, thank you. The Island Princess is passing SO outward bound. Clear channel rest.
Oh, it's been lots of chat. Easy to remember is port and left both have 4 letters in them. Oh yeah, okay, there you go. That's another way. Steph P thinks that we've told her before and she's forgotten. Shipmate Keith Christopher says, are there any ships that he can smoke on the balcony in his room? Well, I don't know of any, but I would suggest probably Japanese cruise ship might fit the bill. They seem to be very big on smoke. Bertie Doe says he legged it to the top deck with a yellow top and a white towel. Oh, I hope I got to you there, shipmate. Oh, there's a Wales from South Wales. I bet it's very hot and sunny there. It seems to be hot and sunny across the entire country. Still talking about left and right. Steve College says that port is always left on the bridge. It's true. It's very true. Yeah, it's a pity we missed Bertie. Oh dear. Mighty Horsey says there's no port left in the bottle. Yeah, I like that one. I seem to remember the drink-based metaphors more easily than the rest. If you were on Island Princess, is Bertie still on Island Princess? He's down at the buffet. It's buffet time. Yeah, it's departing Jeffrey during buffet time. There we go. Right, caught up on the chat. Francis Wood says, put your bathrobes on the starboard side as you pass the tower. She's talking about that tower you can see just in the distance there next to Cowshot Castle. It looks like an air traffic control tower. That's the NCI tower. You don't want to shock the NCI guys. That's true. They are volunteers. National Coast Guard Institute. They'll be watching to make sure the waters are safe for the general public. They're all volunteers. They'll be there with binoculars. And I probably don't want to be seeing something they shouldn't on a balcony of a cruise ship because they do actually pass quite close. Just be warned, as our shipmate Francis Wood has just politely reminded us all. Well done, shipmate. Quick check on Bolette. Let's see what she's doing. Sort of stuck in a strange location. She's just on the spin. Halfway through her spin? Yeah, halfway through her spin. And she'll carry on spinning around and then head on down here, and then we should be able to catch her on cruise cam and, of course, Leslie cam later. Oh, yeah, so that's while we're here. So 17:30, Baleta is departing on time. Island Princess departed on time, and so Enchanted Princess. So, and Queen Mary 2 is already radioed in and said she's going to depart on time as well. So, tick, tick, tick. 4 out of 4 for the captains today for departing on time. Queen Mary 2 also departing from the upper end of the port, which we can't see, and she is departing at 7 o'clock. I'll probably have to make a trip to the galley in between the departure of Baleta and Queen Mary 2.
Baleta and Princess, set out, thank you. Copy conversation with the sea line. Nothing further immediate in regards.
Oi there, JJ and Kaz.
Richard 7 BTS, copied. Break Enchanted Princess. Sorry, say again your last, please. North and east of the tower. That's all copied. Just the dredger, City of Chichester working east of the Altanab Buoy. The ferry Britann is inward bound, approaching west of the tower.
Yes, JJ and Kaz asking if there's facilities at Mayflower Park for obviously a bit of cruise ships. There are all sorts of facilities there. Tonka Bean's already chipped in. There is a cafe that serves fish chips, ice cream, bits and pieces. Also, an ice cream van serves ice cream, coffee. There's also some public toilets if you need that sort of thing. There's some benches, lots of grass to sit on. So yeah, pretty decent. Also, and if you want to say a little bit stiffer, just opposite the entrance to Mayflower Park is the Dancing Man Brewery. A great place to sit outside. They make the best beer in Southampton.
Line, yeah, that's all copied, thank you.
Got Fish and Chips says, someone asked earlier about smoking on cruise ships, and they think that all the cruise lines that depart from Southampton prohibit smoking on balconies, apart from Fred Olsen. Fred Olsen, they don't have balconies, don't know about Ambassador Cruise Lines. That's new. Well, there we go. So, I would imagine smoking on the balconies is frowned upon, though. I've certainly heard that from quite a few people. I have also heard, I read somewhere that if you smoke and get caught on your balcony multiple times, they throw you off the ship.
Bolette, head out, thank you.
So that's the Baleta at the pier head out. So she'll be on right, probably about 10 minutes. So she's full swan, has she?
Bolette, BTS, copy, thank you.
That's just as Island Princess is reaching the end of Southampton water. Let's have a look. There we go. 69. Pointing in the right direction. Shooting off down south of the water. We won't see her on the camera till she's somewhere around about here where Red Jet is, I think. Maybe even a bit further down. So it'll be a couple of minutes just yet. Just watch from cruise cam as she starts to turn. Island Princess starts to turn around. Cashot spit at the end. Ahoy there, Kenny Brady. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing. So we have quite a few. We have 5 ships departing tomorrow, so don't miss that. And if you do like shipmate Kenny Brady's just done, and subscribe, hit that notification bell. Then when we go live, you'll be notified. Also fun to be part of the crew.
Independent Primero, nav tower out, thank you. Safe onward passage and good watch. Sea line, Big Jet. Oh, copy, thank you.
Ali G says they weren't even allowed to smoke on the balcony in Bolette. Oh dear. I think I managed to hit the mute button for the big sneeze, but I think a little sneeze snuck out. Oh dear me, Captain does have a sneezing problem. It gets all this hot weather and pollen.
I've seen, thank you.
catch on cruise cam the Island Princess sneaking down Southampton water, going around the corner, and then we'll zoom back up. Dogger Bean says he prefers the heads at Town Quay. Yes, I agree with that. A little bit further a walk. Yes, I think the heads facilities at Town Quay are only really... Oh, sorry, at Mayflower Park are already there just in case of emergency. Yeah, thanks, shipmates, for catching the sneeze. I did hit the mute button, so you didn't catch the loud one because I don't want to be responsible for deafening 369 people.
Britannia just west of the Nav Tower. Traffic information: Enchanted Princess approaching St Helens Buoy, outward bound, south and north and east of the Nav Tower.
But if you're at Mayflower Park, you could use the facilities at Dancing Man Brewery and also buy a beer there while you're there. That would be probably my recommendation. Of course, all rum, which is yours, but the beer is, well, if you like your IPAs, you'll like it there. Like I say, best beer, voted best beer in Southampton. Flick over to Netcam now. There we go. Looks like the side of the ship's lighting up rather nicely in this with the sun. It's not been out to sea. There's a bit of atmosphere out there, so we might have a nice sunset. There's been some interesting sunsets lately with the clear sky, but with the haze and the sort of pollution, it's led to a real. Well, I suppose the best way to describe it looks like an atomic bomb's gone off. It's been quite impressive. We've got diminishing prices of cruise ship this evening with the Enchanted Princess, then the Island Princess, smaller than the Enchanted Princess, and then Bolette, smaller again than those three, and then Queen Mary 2, and bigger than all of them put together. Actually, no, that's not quite entirely true. Not bigger than all of them put together. She's sat longer than the Enchanted Princess. Capacity-wise, going to exceed all of them put together. Queen Mary 2 is quite long, but not necessarily very passenger-friendly design, because she is an ocean liner, not a cruise ship. If I call her a cruise ship, it's just because I'm not trying to be awkward, it's just I call them cruise ships rather than container ships or oil tankers and those sorts of things. I don't get stuck in the minutiae area of the detail of if it's a cruise liner or a cruise ship. And often I don't really think it matters too much. But some people get very annoyed about it. I get lots of emails from people saying, Queen Mary 2 is a cruise ship. Is a cruise liner, not a cruise ship. So my apologies in advance for that little mistake that I may inadvertently make. It's not a ferry, I know that much. And it's not a powerboat. Imagine we'll be seeing shortly Baleta on camera. Probably almost going to be perfect timing. We've got the Island Princess disappearing around Cavshot Spit behind the, let's say, the Esso terminal. The most financially profitable terminal, or refinery rather, in Esso Mobil's fleet. And there we go, there's the Bolette. I'm rather impressed with the Bolette's design, really. Quite a very small ship compared to the other two we've had today. The smallest of the day, but a very pleasing design with a rather fetching blue hull. Reminds me somewhat of the Disney ships with that sort of plimsoll line there. Got the red stripe running down the sides. Few shipmates up on the top decks. See if you can see one waving.
Red Falcon hook out.
Someone there, perhaps checking the mobile phone. Quite quiet.
Hello, BTS. Good evening.
A few pink shirts, a few pink faces. They'd better watch out. People pointing. I don't know what they're pointing at. Probably pointing at the Ro-Ros, saying, look at the size of these Ro-Ros. Excellent. I do like a bit of commercial ship spotting. See, still got a fairly stiff breeze.
Hello, BTS. That's all received. Thank you. But no immediate outbound traffic. Nothing reported by the Princess.
Of course, part of the Fred Olsen cruise lines. I think my favoured place would probably be on the stern. Let's have a quick look on the stern, see what's going on. Got a waving flag. Quite a lot of heat haze. This is a unusual experience for the channel to have heat haze. Guess we can get that better now. I'm hoping there's some sort of bar area at the stern there, where that's where all the lounges are, and their shipmates are probably enjoying the cruise at the sail away. Look at that topless man there. Hope he's got some sun cream on. I'll be getting burnt while they're sipping away their rum-based cocktails. Certainly would be. And there we go. There is the name Baleta, based in Nassau, the Bahamas. I think there's a rather fetching blue colour, I feel.
MS Leader VTS, good afternoon. Weak signal. Could you go channel 9, please? Channel 9.
Speedboat there, definitely breaking the speed limit, because Bolette will be doing 5-6 knots. That's the recommended speed for the port at this sort of location, so I'm not quite sure how he's going to get away with that. Harbour Master is going to be tightening up on these things from what I've heard lately. Oops, hit the duff button there. And there we go, she's just past the dockhead. So maybe he's past the speed limit. Oh, I don't think he is personally. Not with the radio in when they're at the buoy.
Sea line, thank you.
And we have some waivers. Must be waving for us. Let's see. No, stop waving. Yeah, not many people on board. I don't think I've got numbers. Have I got numbers? We did get some numbers, I think. 948 passengers aboard, so definitely the fewest by far. Clearly, most of them seem to be down the buffet because they're not up on deck. And a crew of 628. Off on a 16-night... Was this one? Was it a 16-night cruise? 7-night cruise to the scenic Scandinavian summertime, according to Kevin 2, one of our excellent spanners, via Olden and Edenfjord. That's not so bad. Last time I think he just made up all the names because they were just very difficult to say.
Yes, Bolette at the Western Shop out.
Bolette, thank you. Sea Lions hook inward bound, followed by Red Osprey.
All received. I've got an update to the figures. Guests 928, crew 648.
All copy, thank you.
Oh, they've lost 20 guests. Oh dear. It's very good for operations, is it? Or perhaps they miscounted. I think I'd rather prefer they've lost 20 guests. It sounds more amusing to me. Like I said, at the moment, Scandinavian cruises seem to be all the rage.
GTS Red Jet 7, shortly away from Town Quay.
Red Jet 7, thank you. Outward bound the Bolette cruise ship to Western Shelf will be clear channel. Inward bound the Eagerly Sea Line just north of the hook, followed by the Osprey.
All copy, thank you.
So Baleta is the oldest ship we will see departing today. The maiden voyage was in October of 2000. Makes her almost 22 years old. Originally called the Amsterdam until 2020, and then she was renamed the Baleta. Apparently after the name, if my memory serves me correctly, the name of the chairman of the cruise line.
Richard 6, thank you. The Island Princess on the turn at westbound or outward bound, clear channel. The Bolette, the other cruise ships at Western Shelf outward bound.
Comes in at 62,000 gross tons. That's fairly small, really. 236 metres, sorry, 237 metres long. So almost 100 metres smaller. Queen Mary 2 and Enchanted Princess. Powered by diesel electrics with 2 Azipod units. So she's got Azipods, so she'll be very manoeuvrable. Whereas the Island Princess was on shaft drives, interestingly. And even more interestingly, it had a top speed of 25 knots. 46 kilometres an hour for all you continental types. 20 miles an hour in Queen's English. Capacity of 1,380 passengers and 647 crew. She's currently got 928 passengers and 628 crew. So she's almost fully crewed, but only, what, 2/3 the passengers? That's interesting. Should be plenty of space on board. No need to elbow your way into that buffet. Quick look back in the chat. What's been happening in the chat? Ellie Murley says I made a Freudian slip. That's highly likely. Captain is slightly confused in this hot weather. It's cooking his rum-addled brain even more. Let's have a look what we're talking about. Elizabeth G says she likes the ratio. I think she's talking about the lack of passengers on board and compared to crew. Yeah, you're right. That's really good ratio. You should be well looked after. Kevin 2 says that smoke billows across Southampton sky as fire breaks out at Pear Tree Green. Ooh, where's that then? Look at that. Pear Tree Green. That's probably what it explains. Smoke broke out near the Itching Bridge. Near the Itching Bridge. Well, that would explain why it's a bit smoky. I don't quite know where Pear Tree Green is. But near the Itching Bridge, that will definitely be distracting.
Red Osprey, thank you.
Definitely be distracting our visibility. That's probably, hopefully it's gone now. Don't really want any fires in port. Mark Earls says that Bolette was previously a Holland America line. Amsterdam. In service since 2000. Yeah, I mentioned that, but yes, the Holland America line. Kevin just posted a correction. For some reason they got the numbers wrong. I'd say I've heard that before.
I've seen, thank you.
Well, there's Sharon Locke says she's on Queen Mary 2 tonight.
Yes, ready, go, short departing, roll paper cards.
Ready, all, that's all copied, thank you.
And little Brian says small ships like the Bolette and Raymer are great for going ashore at ports of call off in 10 to 15 minutes. Ah, you make a good point there, shipmate. I hadn't given that consideration. Yes, of course, when you're popping into a port, very easy, isn't it, to get on and off quickly. Sharon Locke is going to make sure she waves. Excellent, shipmate. I would suggest somewhere on the top deck near where it says Queen Mary 2, because I often zoom into the logo and that should be easy to spot. And just don't start waving to you near Ocean Terminal. If you know what, that's the big silver sausagey looking building that will be on your port side. There we go, we can see Bolette halfway down Southampton. I think it has cleared up, so perhaps there was some smoke from that fire earlier. It would certainly be blowing the right direction. A southeast wind would be blowing the smoke right across the port here.
Yes, we champion.
Wait, champion, stand by please. Bolette, PTS. Bolette, PTS, would you be able to contact the pilot desk, please? What champion VTS, evening again?
VTS with champion, good evening. Let's slip from 22 berth, please. Time for SO number 9. Draft is 4.9. And PC 111, 8 persons on board.
Well, champion, that's all copy, thank you. Red Eagle departing, we're all clear.
Looks like the yacht there's bobbing through that bit of wake. Must be the wake from the Bolette. Yeah. Will definitely spill your gin and tonic if you happen to be drinking it. Of course, I do recommend a rum-based beverage. They're quite elegant lines, not too dissimilar, we'll notice later, to the Queen Mary 2. So a lovely pointy bow, fairly low superstructure, and a stern that slopes forward. So not a million miles apart. Quite a bit smaller though. That's away from cruise camps. Quite a bit of haze. The old heat haze there. Queen Mary 2 is due to depart currently at 7. So the way's a little while for Queen Mary 2. I shall keep following Bolette for the shipmates, but in the meantime, should make a little trip to the galley, I think, and then follow Queen Mary 2 when she comes out at 7. And it looks like shipmate Sharon Lock is going to be on the top deck, port side. Like I say, shipmate, if you just try and go somewhere near where it says Queen Mary 2, I tend to zoom into that spot. It should be easy to see. Someone else says it's the left when you look at the pointy bits. That's absolutely the best way to remember it. It is indeed on the left when you look at the pointy bit. Marcos says, well, I'll be commenting quickly. I certainly will, shipmates. I'm just going to pop off to the galley because if Queen Mary 2 leaves at 7, 7:15, I'll be on for about 8 o'clock and I'll be a bit peckish by then. So I shall take this opportunity to head down to the galley. But yes, we'll be back for, if you want to come back to see Queen Mary 2, I imagine so long she departs at bang on 7. Depends if she goes to the upper swing ground or not, which she may well do because that seems to be a favoured choice. So she'll go to the upper swing round, probably on screen about 7:30, 7:40, I would think.
KDC line red, Osprey.
Red Osprey, calling. Enchanted Princess, thank you. Have a good watch and we'll see you next time. Tang PTS, good evening. Tang, thank you, and speak to you later. Sea Lion, Beaches. Sea Lion, Beaches, just so you're aware the Whip Champion's backing out the Empress now, and she's heading down to Esso.
Live line and bound, continuous speed, please.
Red Jet 6, yes please. I see, thank you. Red Osprey, yes please, with champion approaching dockhead outward bound.
Good champion, Red Osprey. That's fine, we'll just leave it there, thank you.
Hogue Trigger, Southampton VTS on channel 12. Hogue Trigger, Southampton VTS, good evening. I see you're inward bound and entering the VTS area. Can you confirm you are going to nav anchorage number 1? That's all received, thank you. Currently traffic, you have the outward bound Enchanted Princess southeast of the Nav Tower and the cruise ship Island Princess at the Sturbridge outward bound. If you can maintain watch on this channel please and call me before you drop your anchor in Nav anchorage number 1 so I can check your position. Thank you. Arrow VTS evening. Arrow, thank you. Outward bound the Sturbridge, the cruise ship Island Princess. Bolette, thank you. 5, same, thank you. Island Princess, thank you. The Arrow crossing over the new grounds inward bound for her pilot. And in from the east, the Hogue Trigger, who's going to now bank cruise number 1.
BTS, Redjet 6, define Town Quay for cows, please.
Redjet 6, thank you. Which champion's at Lanes Lake on his way down to SO9?
Oh, copy, thanks so much.
Redjet 7, thank you. See Bolette in the Fawn Channel outward bound, clear channel. The Whit champion at Lanes Lake going down to SO9. Very cool, thank you. I'm saying thank you. Yeah, good night to you. Arrow, feature ceiling. Arrow feature, so that's all received, thank you.
VTS, Mercurius, afternoon. Shortly away from 44 for the Owl and the Fudd.
Mercurius, CTS, all copy, thank you. Queen Mary 2, due away from 106, 1900.
All copy, thank you.
Hello, thank you, good evening.
Yes, Switzer Derby, Sprite Horizon 37, up on the pod, and copy the Mary ship.
Derby, good evening, thank you.
BTS Ledger,
Seven, yes please, Tug Furby, breaking away from dockhead inward bound for the docks, and Mercurius just coming out the ocean dock, also inward bound for the docks.
That's all copied. On the bus, should be second boat morning.
That's all received. Is it one boat service tomorrow or two?
Two boats service.
Thank you. Sea Lion Beaches, sorry, it's changing radios there, but yeah, that's you finish the night and good night to you. Queen Mary 2, good evening. Queen Mary 2, that's all copy, thank you. Switzer, Mercurius and Furby on their way up to the container terminal, so we'll be passing you shortly. First one at Town Quay, first one just past Dockhead. Yeah, all ready for you. All copy, thank you. Red Falcon, good evening to you, thank you. The Queen Mary 2's shortly at stations on 106 for outward bound, and the Alna Fudge away from SCT5 at 19:30.
Yes, that's
Yes, Beacher.
7 up to SCT5 for the Elna Footaway.
So receive, thank you. Queen Mary 2 at stations 106 for outward bound. Island Princess, feature. That's all received, thank you. And so the Hope trigger southeast of you going to nav anchorage number 1.
Red Osprey, shortly departing Royal Pair for Cows.
Red Osprey, BTS, that's all copied, thank you. And no report traffic suspects you at this time, but the Queen Mary 2 is at station 106.
That's all copied, thank you.
Queen Mary 2, Southampton BTS, that's all copied, thank you. Island Princess, Southampton BTS. Good evening. Island Princess, Southampton BTS passing the NAB tower. Thank you very much. Safe onward passage. Roger 6 BTS, all copies. At the moment you've got ferry traffic and the Queen Mary 2, she's on 106 at the stations, will be departing outbound. On the first, Southampton BTS. Good evening. On the first, Southampton BTS, that's all copied. Thank you. Departing once the Queen Mary is swung. 12.4, Le Havre, and 24 POB at this time. You've got ferry traffic apart from obviously the Queen Mary 2. 25+2, all copied. Thank you. Bolette, BTS through the port. Thank you. For Champion BTS, all copy. Thank you. City of Chichester, Southampton BTS. Good evening. City of Chichester, Southampton BTS. That's all copied. Thank you very much. Safe on passage.
Bolette to VTS, I've got 2015 2015 Charlie. Red Falcon, VTS at the hook, thank you. Got the Queen Mary 2 in the upper swinging ground, and then she'll be proceeding outbound. On the fuzz, VTS. On the fuzz, VTS, that's all copy, thank you. Red Falcon, VTS. Red Falcon, VTS, additionally, following the Queen Mary 2, you'll have the Elm Fudge you'll be lifting off from the container terminal. Quebec Express, Southampton VTS. Good evening. Quebec Express, Southampton VTS. That's all copy, thank you. 10 nautical miles from the NAB Tower. I've got your pilot boarding time booked for 2030 2030 at Bravo. Traffic information, the Island Princess cruise ship is south of the outer nabs outbound. Quebec Express VTS, that's all correct, sir. You could maintain a good listening watch on this channel 12 for traffic information and 09 for the pilot.
Yes, Redjet 6. Nice, no leave, pretty
Redjet 6 VTS is all copied. Please proceed. Simis Leader, Southampton VTS. Good evening. Simis Leader, Southampton VTS. That's all copied, thank you. Could I have your maximum draft, please? 8.95, thank you. Number of persons on board, please. 20, thank you. Could I have your last port of call, please, and security level? That's all copied, and any defects, any deficiencies with your vessel today? That's all copied, thank you, sir. At this time, we have no berthing prospect for you. Question, would you like to proceed to anchor? In which case, sir, nav anchorage number 2 is available for you. Nav anchorage number 2. That's correct, sir, and traffic information, the Quebec Express. She's currently 10 nautical miles south of the nav tower, inbound, and you will have the Eli A. She'll be shortly departing her anchorage, nav anchorage number 8. That's correct, sir. Additionally, the cruise ship Bolette approaching the nav end will be outbound as well. Yes, sir, and if you could call me back, please, before you drop your anchor so I can check your position. Red Osprey VTS at the hook, thank you. Red Eagle VTS, that's all copied, thank you. Traffic information, got the Queen Mary 2, she's just swung in the swinging ground, proceeding outbound, and the Alma Fud to follow her to lift off the container, terminal, and ferry traffic. Princess 50, Southampton VTS. Princess 50, Southampton VTS, that's all copied, thank you. Ferry traffic at this time. Semis leader, Southampton VTS. Semis leader, Southampton VTS, could you please proceed to nav anchorage number 5 instead, please? Nav anchorage number 5. Thank you, sir.
VTS, Red Falcon, just back north west at the end. Continuing speed forward, please.
Red Falcon, VTS, that's all copies, clear to proceed, like you said, this portion, Queen Mary 2.
All copies, Mark, thank you.
Bolette, VTS. Bolette, VTS, all copies, thank you. I believe it's the Eli A, boarding west of the tower, 2015, Quebec Express, 2030, Bravo.
VTS Wedjet, 6 shortly away from Town Quay.
Wedjet 6 VTS, that's all copied, thank you. Got Queen Mary 2 passing 106 outbound and the Alma Flood lifting off from the container terminal to follow. Those clear channel vessels and ferry traffic.
VTS Wedjet, 6 all copied, ma'am, thank you.
Bolette, Southampton VTS. East of the NAB Tower, thank you. Traffic information. Got 3 inbound vessels. The Semis Leader from the east to the anchorage. Grande Portugallo from the south. Over 10 nautical miles to the anchorage also. And the Quebec Express shall be boarding Bravo 2030. Stephen, BTS. Stephen, Southampton BTS vessel, copy, thank you. 1-16 draft, 24 COD, and 448 for your PVC. Looking ahead, you've got the Queen Mary 2 and Al Nafud both departing the docks outbound. $21.30, that's all, copy, thank you very much.
VTS.
Queen Mary 2, VTS, stay ahead. Thank you. So, trigger Southampton VTS.
Ahoy, shipmates!
So, trigger Southampton VTS. That's all copied, sir. If it is safe to do so, you may drop.
It's looking very, well, no sort of Saharan out there. Not Queen Mary 2, just
Bolette, Southampton VTS.
easing in from the right-hand side. Got off the radio a second. Took a little longer than I anticipated for her to get down.
Bolette, Southampton VTS. That's all copied.
But I did notice that she was taking an awful long time with her swing. I was being very, very slow and cautious and gentle. Didn't want to upset all those people down the buffet, I guess, this time of night. Might get a bit seasick if it whizzes round. Here she comes. That sort of reminds me of a Saharan sort of sunset. I'm not sure how the sun will set the evening. It could be a fair bit of pollution here. There has been some fires locally, and I think that's probably what's causing the issues here. Let's see if I can do something about let you know about the fires. it's from the River Itchen, so not far away. Yeah, it looks pretty awful to me. So there's a good chance that smoke has lent its atmospheric presence in to the local sky. Not that we really want that sort of atmospheric presence, because you don't want smoke and fires, especially not in the middle of a drought during a hot heat wave. And hopefully I've turned the microphone on, of course. Possibility I've forgotten, but let's hope. No, I think it's on. So I might get some nice shots, potentially, even at the expense of some grassland on the River Itchen. No crew numbers yet, according to our excellent spanner Kevin 2. I was away in the galley for a bit. And now I'm back. It is. Shall I zoom out? I'll tell you what, I'll zoom out and see how that looks. Yes, I would say there's definitely some atmospheric pollution, possibly aiding the picture quality of the sunset. I can say not that really that's what we should be doing. I think the grassland fire is out. The local fire brigade, I think from Redbridge, put it out. Let's zoom back in a bit more, shall we? Shortly, she'll be visible on cruise cam. In the meantime, let's just keep an eye on here. In fact, there she is on cruise cam. Let me flick over for your enjoyment. That beautifully majestic bow there, the Queen Mary too. Oh, I can see some shipmates up on, not sure where they are exactly. On the top of the wing bridge, is that? Oh yes, looks like they're standing on top of the wing bridge. Didn't realise that was well, not underneath the wing bridge. Didn't realise that was such an accessible area. Still a very pleasantly warm here in port at the moment. Current temperatures in port is 27.8, and the wind has dropped right down to about 5 knots. So you'll be having an absolutely wonderful time here in the Port of Southampton this evening while you're sailing away. The Queen Mary 2 off to destination that I'm not sure of, actually. I should probably check that, shouldn't I? You'll be curious. I don't know. On a... Oh, yes we do. Kevin 2's informed me. 9-night cruise via Hamburg, Zeebrugge, Rotterdam. And Hamburg again. Plenty of people up on the top deck. Maybe they're having a little look to see if they can spot where that smoking fire is coming from. I can't see it from any of my cameras, unfortunately. We do have a shipmate on board who said that she would be busy waving. We'll have to see if we can see her. She said she might be by the... suggested she goes by the Queen Mary sign. So, not so many people up on the deck. Let's go down here. Not many people on their balconies. Oh, I can't see the Queen. Oh, you can't see. Oh, that's rather annoying. Well, hopefully she's up on the bow somewhere. Maybe on the stern. That would be my suggestion. Also, the stern. Someone up there. A few people on the stern. See, it really is. Oops. Really is quite atmospheric in the port today. Area is. Well, I'll get rid of that sign there. We don't need that one, do we? Boing. There we go. There is quite a few people on the stern. Even people wearing dresses. How about that? Or wearing sunglasses as well. I think that definitely would be the eyewear of the moment. I'm particularly keen on the stern of the Queen Mary. Look at that, reflecting the sunlight quite well at the moment. Modelled on a soup spoon, allegedly. Yeah, you can really see I think the smoke in the air is lending somewhat to the ambience. Oops, I can't drive. Camera's gone the wrong direction. No numbers yet of crew and passengers on board the Queen Mary 2, so we're going to have to guess on that one, or we may get some numbers in a bit. There's our favourite treasure down there, the Cemex Go Innovation, and we'll lose sight of Queen Mary 2 for a little while she disappears behind the ever-increasing number of Ro-Ro carriers that seem to be in today. They often leave during the cruise ship's departures, but today no, we've had none of that. So. Yes, definitely something in the air, isn't there? Let's have a little zoom out and see how it looks. The sun's right above the Queen Mary too. Stephen Joy, excellent spanners, saying there's 5 ships departing tomorrow. And that's absolutely spot on correct. Wouldn't expect anything less from excellent spanners. Steffi says, beautiful lighting. Glad the fire is out. Absolutely. It was a relatively small heathland, but even so, you know, once hot embers floating across over to the New Forest, that wouldn't be particularly good. Ahoy there, Walter Cleland. Can you say ahoy to his daughter, Katie Cleland? Well, ahoy, Katie Cleland. Hope you are enjoying the channel and hopefully you've subscribed. Ahoy there, Stacey Perkins says, did I get something yummy in the galley? I did. It was a yummy galley offering. Some leftovers from yesterday. Oh, there, Chuck M says that he notes that the Queen Mary 2 actually has a forward cargo hold, along with deck gear to move cargo. Does the captain or any other shipmates know of this use? Well, I don't actually. I can't say I've ever seen it in operation either when she's been in port, but I do know the gear handling at the front, I think, is to assist also the spare propeller blades, which are kept on the bow area. I think it's so they can be lifted off as well. So I'm not entirely sure how useful that is for general cargo. I'm sure someone will put me correct because we have a very knowledgeable crew of shipmates here. Someone knows. Oh, there, Ellie, but what time's the stream tomorrow? Oh, it's with the tricky questions. I think it's 4 o'clock. I think. Let's have a quick look. 4 o'clock for Sky Princess. Yeah. So, well, I'd say about 4:15 because Sky Princess is a little bit up the road. Take a little while before she's actually on the screen. Lovely lighting this evening. Queen Mary 2 in the distance. We don't know the numbers yet on the Queen Mary 2. And that little yacht coming by. Almost something like painting. There's quite a lot of yachts out at the Netley Cliff Sailing Club. I think they're busy today, enjoying the conditions. Earlier on, it was really quite windy. The wind has died down quite a lot. The water looks very smooth, but it is superbly warm, which is unusual. So they'll be feeling that it's not Netley Cliff Sailing Club, it's Barbados Cliff Sailing Club. Well, Tito Stobbins says, where do I transmit from and can I see the ships in my garden? No, unfortunately I can't see the ships in my garden. I'm deep into my cabin with the transmitter on. So I'm slightly restricted with my view, hence my relying on the cameras. But I am within earshots of going on. And I can hear the ship horns, which is useful. And that water is very flat at the moment. Ideal. I would say it looks like some juniors out there learning how to sail in. Possibly, I was going to say lasers, but I think they look more like toppers. I think that might be a laser with the white sails, and the other one's more likely to be toppers. Not completely up on my small sailing boats. Like I say, I'm more familiar with a couple of throttles on the right hand. Queen Mary 2. One of the older ships we've seen this evening. Oh, actually, it might be the oldest ship, I think. 22 years old? Oh, maiden voyage 2004, so no, not really. So 18 years old since maiden voyage. 150,000 basically, gross tons. A length of 345 metres, making the longest ship this evening. I'm not sure she's the heaviest, or she's about the same as the Enchanted Princess. But one of the massively differentiating factors of Queen Mary 2, she's not a cruise ship as such, she's an ocean liner. And I say most people get very touchy when I accidentally refer to her as a cruise ship. She's an ocean liner. So, and that principally means she's supposed to go from destination to destination rather than hop along the coast in the Mediterranean. I think it's more of a semantic issue, but certainly this cannot be denied. She has a top speed of 30 knots, or 56 kilometres an hour for all you continental types, or in the Queen's units, 35 miles an hour. Quite considerably faster than any other cruise ship. Most cruise ships top speed somewhere around 20 knots, so she's got 8 knots faster, which is what you need when you're travelling transatlantic. Obviously you need to go from here to there. I'm going to have to pan away from the sailing boat. This is rather a shame. It was quite nice, all those little learners down in the beginning there. The colours on the water and the colours in the sky. Ellie Bursky asking exactly, there's a pilot boat in front of the Queen Mary 2, and Stephen Joy, all right. Yes, it's Will Freedom. Ah. I didn't know that was Will Freedom. And then she's just reappeared on cruise cams. I'm going to switch over to cruise cam. Just in time to see the elegant Queen of the Seas gracefully steam her way down Southampton water on what looks to me to be absolutely perfect conditions. The wind has dropped a lot. The sun is out. It's quite a beautiful sunrise. It's very warm. I think you'd be absolutely beside yourself if you were on the Queen Mary 2 this evening. I think you've picked the best time to travel, and I think you probably have. Obviously, conditions aren't always like this in the port of Southampton, especially in the summer. Frequently, rain stops play. Did have a shipmate earlier. I think her name was Sharon. She was going to wave, but I've forgotten that you can't see near the Queen Mary sign. So she may have been up on the bow. I didn't notice. It was much easier in the old days when I had 2 cameras. I could scan the ship and keep the picture going. I'll have to look into try and reinstating all that. Bit of a logistical issue for me to deal with at the moment. Well, there, Dennis O'Leary says this beautiful ship. By far his favourite. It's a great view tonight. Looks like it's dark enough for some lights nearly. I wouldn't say it's dark enough for lights. I think because of the sun's very bright in the sky, it's making this side of the ship look quite dark. It's the camera trying to compensate. It's not actually that dark out there just yet. As you can see, there's quite a decent sunset on the stern of the Queen Mary 2. I think that's a wonderful silhouette. Queen Mary 2, you can really see the stern and the bow, how they're different. Stern, very different, I think, to a lot of ships. Bow, possibly not so much. But as the whole, a very distinctive silhouette. Looks like most of the people on the top deck have gone inside. They've taken a break between courses and have gone up onto the top deck for a breather before they tackle the desserts buffet. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this broadcast, shipmate. It was rather extended in the middle. Apologies for that. Unfortunately, I'm not in charge of organising the ship movements. If I was, you know I wouldn't leave such large gaps for you all. I'd just like to thank the Blue Sparrow crew while I think about it, because they are absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't be doing this without them. Answer all the questions in the chat. Keep on top of things. Make sure the captain knows what's going on, because he's easily confused. Thank you to all the patrons and members of the channel. Your donations are really greatly appreciated, and PayPal donors as well, of course. It helps pay for all the bits and pieces that we need to keep the channel going. And of course, thank you all for subscribing and watching. If you are, like I say, if you are enjoying it, do think about subscribing. It doesn't cost anything. Click the like button as well. Allegedly it does something. Not entirely sure what, but there we go, that's what everyone says. And I shall continue to follow Queen Mary 2 down Southampton Water. Just about to see in the distance there the ferry from Portsmouth to Fishbourne. So it has cleared up a bit. I think perhaps... Yes, it's one of those sorts of looking like a bit like a nuclear bomb sunset at the moment. Well, that's the way I describe that. Well, I think it's being enhanced by the smoke in the atmosphere. But yes, we're on again tomorrow. 5 ships no less departing tomorrow. We'll have some of the usual suspects, a couple of different ones, and of course a bit of Iona bingo at 6 o'clock. Starting at 4, so do tune in. And we can watch the comings and goings tomorrow. I'd say it really is turning into quite a nice nuclear bomb sunset. See the sailing club still going away, enjoying it. And it would appear that the Netley Cliff Sailing Club Commodore is watching the camera from the boat. Which one he's on? We may be able to zoom in on him later. Wouldn't mind a bit of a zoom in. I'm guessing the Commodore of the Yacht Club may be on one of the Marshall boats. Typically they're sort of little ribs with engines on, so they can buzz around and tell people what's going on. Hi there, Mark Lloyd. Many thanks for subscribing, shipmate. I would say there's a good chance that our Commodore of Netley Cliff Sailing Club is on that little rib to the right. A little hard-bodied tender. He's probably busy shouting at people what to do, but it looks like to me the wind has dropped quite a lot. It's like they're all struggling. They'll start to rock them side to side shortly. That's a sort of a manual way of getting some speed out of them. Little orange one next to the rabble. Yes, that's what I thought. So Matt is here. He is in the little orange one here. So he's shouting, obviously shouting directions at people, what to do, where to go. There he is. He's in there. He's keeping them all under control. Excellent. Hi there, Russ Delaney. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing to the channel. He was just having a look at the Commodore while he's instructing the nippers on how to sail. But obviously that's probably not why you're here. You probably want to see the Queen Mary too, I suspect. She's down near Esso now, all the way down the bottom of Southampton water, and there's some interesting colours this evening. I think primarily caused by a grassland fire just up the River Itchen. That's adding some interesting colours to the sky. I say it's not really what we want. We don't really want fires going on. And sounds like the local fire brigade have put it out quite quickly. Easy to access. So we had a fire a couple of weeks ago down at Hamble Point, down at Alsace, at the end of River Hamble, but that's a lot more difficult to get to, and I think that burned for a long time. It's just not accessible by road or by anything really. So. There's that little bit of colour in the sky there, isn't there? Wonderful. Well, there's Stacey Perkins says, is there a set speed limit? Southampton? One leaving the other day looked like it was going quite fast. No, No, there's no speed limit particularly on this bit of water. They tend to do about 12, 13, 14 knots. I've not seen a cruise ship go much faster than that. Once they're around the Isle of Wight, they can pick up. Once they start going around the Isle of Wight, they'll pick up to sort of 18 knots and then 20 knots a bit further out. You know, they don't want to go too fast. These are quite large vessels that don't stop very quickly and don't turn very quickly, so you don't want to be lasting long too fast. It is somewhat like driving a boat, to use a well worn out analogy. Boy, there, Des Leary says, see you tomorrow. Thanks, shipmate. Says great stuff. Were there any birdies? It doesn't mind the long gaps. Quite enjoys watching the comings and going. Oh, thanks for that, shipmate. Glad you enjoyed it. And I will leave you to enjoy the radio on. I've not heard it on the radio for a while. I'm going to turn the radio back on. See if the radio's on. There, radio's on.
Welcome, Shelby. Good evening.
Right, so thank you all for joining this live stream, shipmates. And we'll see you all tomorrow, approximately 4 o'clock.
Welcome, Shelby. Just copied, thank you. Traffic information. The famous leader to the north of your current position is going to Nav Anchorage number 5, and the Grande Portugallo to the northwest of your current position is bound for Nav Anchorage number 2. The Quebec Express is out the outer nabs using the deep water route in we're bound for Southampton.
I always get interrupted. I'm in the middle of my flow. Now I've forgotten what I was saying. Oh well. Right, until next time, shipmates. See you tomorrow, just after 4. I shall keep following the Queen Mary 2 until she's round Cashel Spit. Until next time, shipmates.
Yes, ready, go, approaching the high flying mate. Continue, please.
Ready, go VTS. All copy, yes sir. Safe to do so, thank you. Osprey VTS, traffic information, Queen Mary 2 is at the Hook outbound, clear channel vessel to the east, and the Elmer Hood, Lanes Lake outbound, clear channel also. Thank you, first VTS copy, thank you. And the Elmer Hood's giving 2115 at the PC. Go back, use first VTS, yes sir. Confirm Curious Bargate.
Red 6, northwest at the end, continuous speed, please.
Budget 6 BTS, yes sir, it's safe to do so, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen, BTS. Stephen, BTS, good evening. Traffic update. Queen Mary 2's at the Town Quay, outbound